Good afternoon. We are back at it again at Mount Holly. Um, the plan today, I just want to play this game. I don't have set objectives as much as I'm trying to capitalize on whatever happens today. The things that I know I need to do, I need to get to the clock tower at or around, I think it's 11 o'clock, based on my notes. And I need to draft schoolrooms, and I need to do one other thing that I wrote down somewhere. Library. I need to check out all the library books again. There are a bunch of little things that we can do. I'm still trying to open the walls with the power hammer before I let that fade into oblivion. Still trying to do a lot of little things. But I did organize some of my notes. They're not perfect yet. I still need to figure out different categories to go through, but for the time being, it'll be good enough, I hope. Just going down, trying to see where I put the clock tower. I didn't write down the time anywhere. That's okay. If we see the clock tower, the point is we're going to be drafting it today. But yeah, we're just playing, just having fun mostly, we hope. Pump room. I have opened all of the lockers in the basement. I no longer need to have it emptied, so I'm gonna refill the aqueduct. I might go back. Let's see. We do have the blessing of the general still, which would mean we really want the schoolroom today. We also want the armory, because that axe was a really, really tempting prize. Anyway, with the blessing of the general, we should be able to strategically get gems to draft as many classrooms as we need. That's the hope, at least. Schoolhouse, let's go. Again, probably not going to go in. There's not much reason to go in, last I checked. There might be a dig spot, but we're mostly just saving steps today. Well, we want the library, and we're not trying to draft other rare rooms, so let's just check out a new book. So let's start with the Curse of Blackbridge. We still haven't read that one yet, and we need to see the colors of all the books and follow that puzzle. So we'll do Curse of Blackbridge. I probably do need to check out the fixed stars at some point, because I don't know if the observatory copy shows what color the book is, and that's what matters for the book puzzle. So we'll do that when we get the chance. This is a way early spot to put the dormitory. We don't want the dormitory where it's hard to get to. I think I'm going to go for the nook and just get keys. Chapel's tempting too, but I think we're going to go for the nook. Coupon book is also neat. 1 coin isn't much, but if it's buying like a bunch of gems, it's pretty good. We'll stick the closet in the corner. I mean, more keys is good. I was hoping for more gems, but we'll take it. Yeah, just craft from here. Parlor. We definitely want the parlor. We're just sick of parlor puzzles. Car keys. I mean, if I need keys, it's a good thing to have. Both statements in the white box are true. Both statements in this box are true. Exactly 2 statements with the word true are false. The gems are not in this box. The top statement on the white box is true. The gems are not in this box. Okay, so there will always be at least one box which displays only true statements, and one that displays only false statements. So that means that there can be one box that has a true and a false statement, but all the other ones have to be either true or false. That's good to know. I was watching someone else play this game, and I heard them read that. I'm like, oh, maybe that's a way to deal with that. So if these are both true, and these are both true, I'm gonna bet this is false. It could be false true, and then true true, because then that's two statements that contain the word true being false. And that would put the gems in the blue box, because if both of these are false. I want to get this one right because I want the 3 gems. So this is false. If this is false, one of these can be true and one of these can be false. And then these are both true. That could put the gems in this box. Because 2 statements with the word true or false, these 2 are both false. This is true. This is true. This is a lie. And this is true. So I think we're actually going to go for that. Yes! Whew. The stress. The stress. Okay. Classrooms usually draft left up. And so I kind of want to go see if I can get a classroom in this corner before I go further up. We got them, boys. Okay, so we've been in here before. If we're trying to draft these, I don't necessarily want to eat the apples out of hand, because if we can get a laboratory thing that triggers when we eat apples, I mean, who am I to disagree? Because I kind of want to see if the observatory here is a apples are extra delicious today. And yeah, we can kind of see the color of the book. It looks green, but I still think I'm going to check it out just to verify, because that could just be the lighting. It could be yellow. It could be... Let me see if my... Red, green, violet, or blue. So of those colors, it does look green. So we can write it down at least provisionally. Page C, word A, starting from the title page. So okay, well that's a question. If we're counting the title as 1, so then 1, 2, 3, it'd be north. If we're not counting the title as 1, it would be the. The other question, I don't know if it's meant to be a clue, but the anagram from a new clue, Draft the Sixes, is a blue book. And so this part of it wonders, is it actually secretly a blue book? If it is blue, page Z, 26. I don't know if there are 26 pages. We don't have 26 pages in here. Unless we're counting blank pages. Because then 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15. Yeah, we don't have that many pages. So I'm assuming it's not actually a blue book. Anyway, let's see if we have tasty apples. We don't, but Diamundus Major is a big win. The Southern Cross, less so. I maybe shouldn't have clicked on that because it might increase or decrease the likelihood of drafting more classrooms. I have a good supply of things. I think I'm just going to draft the classroom while I can. Even if I get tasty apples somehow, or a salt shaker, it's still going to cost more steps to go back through here and eat these. I don't know, maybe it's worth it. I think I'm just going to eat them. Hopefully I'm drafting 5 more classrooms that each will have apples, so fingers crossed, but... a shame we didn't get any red rooms to put in these 2 ranks. It's going to make the Blessing of the Major a little harder to accomplish. I'm tempted by the commissary. I definitely don't want the Great Hall. Not right here. I think we'll go commissary, because we have the coupon book. I think buying all of these is probably good. I think I am going to go back and dig up the foundation spots at least. Because at least 1 turnip would solve the issue of the used steps. Nope. Rip, 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 rip. That's fine. Okay. So now we're looking to draft the dormitory. Somewhere hopefully fairly... I mean, the weight room here is probably not bad. We've used a lot of steps. Classroom obviously ends our run, so we're not doing that. I think we'll do the weight room, get it out of the way, before we hopefully add a bunch more steps. I don't need to go to room 46, but I think it never hurts to open the door just in case. Yeah, that is typed. That is typed. Sometimes there are keys and such in here. Just a quick look. Let's... Okay, so I also want to go to the mistress's room, and you can only draft that by going south on these doors, so I'm not going to go to the left. I'm going to go up first. I really don't want to draft the rotunda and spend 3 gems. So I think maybe I even just stick the storeroom here. No, that would cut us off. We'll do the classroom. We'll do a classroom. And I think we'll at least open this door and see if we can dead end it. We can get the laboratory out of the way. We could pantry. Let's pantry just in case. We can eat the banana. We'll not go up, because again, we're hoping that we can draft down into here. But it's also a good backup if things don't go to plan. For now, let's leave that apple in case we do get the laboratory here. I don't want the archives this early, so we have a bunch of redraws we can do. Den is pretty good, gives us a gem, gets us a cross. I think we'll redraw again. Like, I wish that pointed up. If that pointed up, I'd be all about chapel. Hallway, perfect. Hallway's good here. Gotta keep our options open. Chapel here is probably okay. It'd be a shame to draft the dormitory off the chapel, though. But I think we're gonna go for it, though. If it happens, it happens. We're not here to get coins today. We're here for other things. I think storeroom here is probably okay. Just unlock with a normal key. Again, dormitory. We didn't want to stick it off the chapel, but I think this is a good spot for it. Well, this is probably a good spot for the guest bedroom. Or just, tough call. We'll go big guest bedroom. Gives us a bunch of steps. Compass is good. That can actually help us get more classrooms if we're drafting horizontally. I think dining room is good here. Dark room has, as I've said before, ruined enough runs for me that I don't like drafting it when it matters. Joya lunch. I didn't notice that actually, because the no. What do we need? We need. I feel like that might actually be meaningful that it's N apostrophe Joya. There's the puzzle boxes are Mora Jai. I don't know if that's relevant to anything else, but keep that in mind, that it's the Enjoya lunchbox rather than Enjoya. See? Classrooms. Yeah, we'll stick that up. I have been to 5. We'll use a normal key again. I think this is a redraw. Nursery, again, it does help us get more steps, but I think we don't want a dead end right here. This could be a good dormitory spot, but I think we want to try to open up to the side. We could do the archives, but that hurts. We don't want to turn that around. We'll go again. Oysters a lot of gems. I don't think we want that. Security could be good. Boudoir helps us a good amount with the rerolls, but I want to put that elsewhere if possible. Kennel. Kennel could be big. I'm gonna go for the kennel, actually. I think that's a good ability. Helps us since we don't have that many keys yet. And we get to see the puppies. Normal key, great. Hi, puppy. Where do the dog doors lead? Where could they possibly lead? And why does that go under there? Do they let the dogs... But that would... It would defeat the purpose if they let the dogs get into each other's kennels. Anyway, okay. We could just put the Great Hall here. Or we could just put the dormitory here. I think we'll just put the dormitory here. It's a little... It sucks a little bit, but I think... but it's... Closing it off, it sucks. But the Great Hall is almost worse because I don't have that many keys. And there's not going to be any dig spots in here. But I can't really afford 3 gems, not until I can guarantee I can get the Blessing of the General. We'll just go with the dormitory. Guarantee that we can at least get steps. So I can't see what color... So this is a magazine? It doesn't count as a book. Because it doesn't seem to have a cover proper. I love the hall pass, it's great. Yeah, I mean, we'll have to come back. We can get the dormitory consistently. If we find out what color the magazines are, if they are indeed a color, we'll keep track of them. But they don't... They're... Oh, yeah, it's hard to tell. Okay. So we're hoping that we can go left from here. This sucks. I think we do the archives, because again, I don't have the keys to justify the Great Hall. It kind of sucks, because now we might be wasting gems on rooms that aren't classrooms, but... I think we'll use the silver key here. Great. This is probably another red room. Maybe it's the gymnasium. It could be the dark room. We'll go for it. Oh, it's the Mechanarium. That's almost worse. That's worse. Because it just shuts off. Because I don't have any gear rooms. Jeez. Aw, heck. I think we're okay with the classroom here. This is a new one. Projector. History worksheet. Multiple choice. Who is the first crowned ruler of Phanarians? A. Prince Learson. B. General Teskin. C. Desolate IV. Which city in Fen Ares is named after a historical figure? A. Fen, B. Oris, C. Reddington. How many sons did the fourth king of Orindia have? A2, B5, C8, D 60 and 6. How long did the War of the Fifth Era last? A 6 years, B 12 years, C 22 years, D the entire era. 5. In which realm did not ally with Fen Ares during the war? A. Arch Ares, B. Eraha, C. Nuance. 6. Which flag was forbidden to be flown at full staff after the war? A. Flag of Surrender, B. Banner of House Learson, C. Black Flag. So I do know a number of these from reading the history of Orindia First Edition. But the important question, is it going to be the redacted answers, or is it going to be the true answers as recorded in the First Edition? History is penned by the victors, so it's probably going to be the redacted edition for the sake of final exam. 67%. I think this one is correct. He had 2 sons and a daughter. The War of the Fifth Era did last the entire era. I don't know if that's 22. I'm pretty sure the Black Flag and Arch Ares are correct, because it's Prince Learson, and I think it's either Fen or Oris that is the correct city named after a historical figure. See, them both getting 67% is interesting. These two are both for sure correct, 3 and 6. But it could be technically Desolate the Fourth. Or Reddington is, and it's the fourth. Anyway, it doesn't matter too much. We'll be pretty detailed in our studies for the final exam when it happens. We can solve it out then, I think. So this is definitely incorrect. And I think this is definitely incorrect. So I think Reddington might be the one named after historical figures. These are all correct. Anyway. Is there supposed to be something projected here? That's the question. Oh, we can go next slide. Oof. Red versus black, yeah. Oris versus Fen Ares. Red soldiers winning the day. Ripping up the railroads, yeah. Hooray, nationalism. That's the same winged scepter shield statue that is part of Arindia, though. They didn't seem to tear it down. And I don't know what that cutout in the ground is. Right here. Very interesting architecture, for sure. And I don't know what that frickin' space blimp is. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. We have a lot of redraws, but I think the bedroom here is not that bad, because it keeps us going up. I was scared that I'm going to run into a key-carded door, though, the further up I go. But I think we're going to go for it. Just to make sure we still get more steps. And an extra gem is great. I think I am also going to go back to the dorm. Well, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, I guess the bedroom gives you free steps, so maybe it's worth it. Dormitory's hard to use, right, man? Okay, so it was exactly a waste of steps. Anyway. So here is a choice. We could try to go over more. This gives us an extra gem and lets us spread coins. Not that we really need that. I don't like my odds of drafting more classrooms going to the left. I need 3 more, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I need 7, and then I need 8, and then the 9th classroom to be... I guess I could just intentionally try to redraw until I get another classroom, because any classroom from here would lead to an open door. This will get me to rank 8, so I can draft the armory if I want. The office would then make it more likely that I can buy the armory thing that I want. I think we're going to go to the classroom. We're just going to see if we can style it out. It's sketchy, but yeah. We could do Gambit of the Queen, though. That would give us keys for sure. Yeah, I think Gambit of the Queen might be the best choice. If we get the East Wing Hall, then we could technically benefit. Well, no, I think we have to Gambit the Queen. Because we have 50 steps, it should be enough. Hey, if my sister happens to still be watching and wants to do this math for me, or tell me if this math could possibly mean anything, that'd be pretty sweet. Because, boy, am I bad at math. Okay, advanced functions. Oh, there are waves? Is that just rounding? It looks like it's just rounding. Oh no. What the heck is the what? Ah, ha, ha. Because we don't even know if the answers are right. Oh, bam. Bam. Because 3 squared is 9. And then 3 squared minus 5 is 4. That's correct. 7 minus 5 squared? Why didn't you mark which ones were correct or incorrect? Sure. This sucks. Don't square till you're there. Wait, you got 7 out of 12 and got a D plus? You Oh, okay, that was an 8. I feel like, oh, anyway. I don't, both of them put 61 here. I don't see mathematically how you get 61, 16. So maybe they both got that wrong? Yeah, likely they both got that one wrong. Surely that has to be this, like, square root. Or something, jeez. I hate math. I hate math. And when I say I hate math, I'm bad at math. That's what I really mean. No idea what the waves are supposed to be. Like, how are you supposed to get 40 out off of this? 2 of them put 40 here. 1 of them put 1. I mean, okay, so it seems like this might be round up and this might be round down. But then what's 3? Anyway, again, we can deal with that later. Let's see what we can do here. This could be a classroom, but we don't know. West Wing Hall gives us more options both directions, so I think I am going to go for this. It's sketchy because we don't get to redraw unless we're in a classroom. And so I could just keep redrawing until I get a classroom. But I kind of want the West Wing Hall here. Anyway, I think we're just trying to get classrooms. So that's the dovecote. That's a good thing to know. I also want to go to the study because I might know the code to the safe in there. Come on, fam. This could be a classroom. Could be, but there are many other rooms it's more likely to be. I haven't been to the casino. I want to go to the pool. Balls. We'll go to the boudoir, because that gives us rerolls and gives us more steps. And gives us another gem. I had this written down, but I didn't. I want to be more specific. Yeah. Dice. Classroom. Cool. And Gambit the Queen gives us more points. Irahan, affix, parents. Okay. And Jaya. Ire. Okay, so or Ovin Nev-Arai. To future something. Toward the start. So it's in. I me. Believe. Okay, so they're kind of opposites. Big, huge. Hello, can you teach me a new word? The large house is toward the east. Branch. This is an Irahan worksheet. Part of me thinks that it would be better to give them the Irahan and have them translated into English. But I mean, that would be easier for us, the viewer. So that's probably why they didn't do that. but just saying. Again, with the 4 out of 6s, people, why are there no excellent students in Reddington? Where are the nerds? Where are the people who get flying colors? So, large, am, and hue is toward the east of vest is probably vet, yeah, it's probably. So they don't say what U is. Ajlor. First word, I mean, that would be a good, like, hello, Ajlor. First word as in greeting. New lore, yeah. So Ajlor, Nevlor is probably good enough. But Old Teach is probably good. And then Old Lu is probably you. Good stuff. We'll go Nevdow. Think of this just in case. I'm so glad this isn't a heckin' key card. Again, we're gonna redraw until we see a classroom first. I kinda want the laboratory, but it doesn't get us anywhere. And we'd have to rely on the mercies of the pantry, which I don't love. Okay, all of that is trash. We could draft an archived floor plan. Since we have no need to go to the showroom, Spirit Green Room might have a dig spot at best. We could redraw. I feel like I would prefer to redraw farther down. I'm gonna use one redraw. The worst thing this could possibly be is the furnace. That would screw up a lot of future drafts. So we could just drop the dark group and call it here. That's the safe choice. There's not much for no gems that I really would want here. So I think we're just going to go here. I don't think there's even a need to go inside. Doesn't look like there are any items. Whatever. Just do it. So we can stop by the dormitory on our way down. That's an effective use of steps. Just add up as we go back. I don't think the mechanarium adds doors. Not that I've drafted any mechanical doors since. I don't think I have all the information I need to pass the final exam, but I would like to take the final exam just so that I can know what questions I need to find answers to. And we just beg whatever force motivates the drafting decisions of Mount Holly to give us mercy as we try to draft this pantry room that we've saved till the end. The corridor gives us another roll, so I think we just draft that. The den, I think the den is a great choice here. Because it gives us access to this room, which we were never guaranteed before. If this is a red room, that could give us a bunch of gems. No point with the secret passage, no point with the cloister. We'll just go for this. Okay, spare green room. That's fine. Watering can gives us more gems. And this is it. This is the moment. I mean, getting more floor plans out of the way, I think, is a good plan. I think it's better to draft the West Wing of Holly here and then reroll in the last one. Okay. Moment of truth. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. That's aggravating. Ugh. Whatever. We were so close. We were so close. If I had not drafted the dormitory, I might have run out of steps with the Gambit of the Queen already. But if I had... yeah. That sucks. That's tough. I don't think I have any other antechamber doors either. Yeah, because if I had antechamber doors, I have opened the south door, and so I could theoretically, but I'm also out of steps, so that sucks. Whatever, it's fine. It's fine. One last look to see if the antechamber exists, but yeah, none of these rooms. The mechanarium, I think, has one, but you need more mechanical rooms, which we didn't draft. Yeah, that sucks. But so it goes. We got information. It's information we would have gotten had we been successful, but anyway, I'll not be too salty, and we'll move on. My friends, my sibling bought me Mycopunk. I think I mentioned that yesterday. And so we're going to be playing that at 7 o'clock my time or so. So that's at least 3 more hours that I could be playing. And I don't know how long I will be going, but I will hopefully just get to have fun playing this game for a while. Water's good, man. Water is good. So we still have the blessing of the general for 1 more day. Tool shed, getting a shovel early is nice, but I think the root cellar has, I think, the most potential now that I have the kennel as an option. The other thing, the tool shed gives us often the metal detector too. Metal detector and shovel are good things to start with. And it might change up what the commissary has on sale. Okay, we'll go root cellar. And again, I don't think there's any reason to go in except once I have a shovel. So we'll try to draft the commissary early today. Let's try going to the right first today. Both of those are okay. Let's do parlor just to get the puzzle out of the way. The black box is true and it contains the gems. The black box is false, the above statement is false. The blue box is empty if it's false. I mean, if this is true, then it's very easy. That says that the black box is true and it contains the gems is tough. If this box is false, that just means that that the black box isn't both, right? It could then be that it's false and it has the gems. So this could be false. This could be true or false. Because it could be that the statement, the black box is false, and the above statement is false, it's true. It could be false, true. And then the black box is true, this is true, and then this is false, and then the gems are in here. Because then the black box could still be true, but it's false that it contains gems, and this is true. Or sorry, this is false. I don't know. No. I hate these puzzles. But I think they're either in the black box or the blue box. It's kind of just a coin flip, because I don't know if I have the mental fortitude to solve this. Certainly. Because if this is false, the black box is true, but it doesn't contain the gems, or the black box is false and it does contain the gems. I mean, they could be in the heckin' white box, because if this is true and this is false, then this one can't be both true and false, because that would be a contradiction. That would be a paradox. So I think we have to have this be hybrid, and one of these is completely true and one of these is completely false. If this is false and this is true, then they would probably be in the white box. If this is true and this is false, I don't know, I think they might actually just be in the white box, because if this is false and this is true, yeah, whatever, we're going for it. See? Ooh, feels good to be lucky. Feels good to be lucky. So with the... I think we're just going to put the kennel here, as if we have the room already, then we really just want to have that ability on tap. That's a lot of dick spots. Holy cow. None of these are good. This is actually really bad. I'm going to take the walk-in closet because I don't go in here very often. So two ivory dice counts as one item, which is good to know, kind of. There's still obviously a chance of getting down the side, it's just slim. I want the commissary, but I don't want to cut off all my avenues already. So I think I'm going to put the chapel here and not go through it. Library. Put the library here. I think I'm going to do the laboratory, though, because I want more allowance. And the earlier we can see what the experiments can be, the better. Gain 1 star, huh? We can't ever guarantee the key card on any run. All we can do at best is guarantee that we get the breaker box and the security console. I don't really want to be punished by drafting red rooms. And we can't guarantee locked trunks. But I also, I don't know, if we can get the commissary and buy the sleep mask, and if we can get the nursery, then I think the red room is okay to get more stars. But I think we're going to go for the security door and just try to prioritize getting the breaker room. security. Deal. We also, if possible, if we can get the terrace to make drafting green rooms free, that would make things pretty good. We're gonna set it to low for now, just in case we don't get the breaker room. I want to get it here if possible. It would be a miracle if we just got it here. And let's go for the storeroom. Stick it in the corner. We could deal with the breaker box here if we get it. Don't need to launder currency. Do corridor. I think den is probably good, and then we can go back up to the chapel real quick. Nook would also have been acceptable. Clock tower. I mean, that's really tempting. That is, it's early enough that we could get there, but then it'd just be sitting for a while. I think I'm gonna go for the commissary. Because again, we want to buy a shovel. I'm glad that there is a shovel. I don't think it'll hurt us to buy the magnifying glass. You have to remember that there are dogs barking every time. Screw you! It lets us redraw. But also putting the closet here is probably okay. Key card. Holy cow, we're golden. So let's go change security. Kennel has a bunch of dig spots. I think we'll go stop by there and dig those up first. An old shoe. Good. And then, since we're so close, we'll go out to the root cellar and dig those up too. One turnip will justify it, so hopefully we get one, especially with the salt shaker. A turnip, there you go. Yeah, the root cellar really sets you up for a long day. And especially when you get a laboratory thing that gives you, that rewards you every time you dig up trash. That's peak, that's the goal. A few streams ago, we had the extremely fortunate combination of the blessing of the general and the every time you dig up a junk thing, you add 3 aquariums to the draft pool. Plus, we had a bunch of extra stuff, extra luck from the Cloister of Rinna. So every time we drafted an aquarium, there was always like a key and a gem in it. And I think we had even drafted the terrace to make all the aquariums free. It was amazing. And since they were red rooms with the blessing of the general, every time we placed one and we had 5 aquariums, 5 different ranks, we got 5 gems. We ended with like 37 gems and froze our assets. It was perfect. But either way. So let's up security again. And it's the archive room that needed to be, the footage needed to be destroyed. But I still don't know why that's the case. Yeah. Anyway, okay, fingers crossed that our run doesn't end here. A worthless old brick. Okay, again, we still want to be able to either benefit from the Gambit of the Queen if possible, or draft down and get the Mrs.'s Chambers. Passageway is probably good, just because it opens the most. It doesn't punish us early with the archives. I kind of want to draft in Solarium, but don't want to cut off things this early, so I think we're gonna go Passageway. Bit of a gamble spending that 2 gems here, but it might still be early enough for the clock tower, so I think I'm gonna do it. Let's go up and check. No. No, it's heading this way, right? So 130. Oh, that's a fragment of a heel too. Oh boy. Well, here we go. Run! Come on, Vault. Come on, Vault. I'm so glad they gave us an actual timer. We'll put the weight room. Cool. Office for sure. Let's get the money. Hallway. Boudoir. Let's go down. Courtyard. Woohoo! That was pretty good, I think. Could be worse for sure. The weight room hurts. But I'm hoping enough of these rooms will have big spots and turnips to justify the rapid choices and the weight room pain. think we're gonna go for the veranda. Burn it, that's good. And a metal detector. Conference room, that's good, that's huge. I think spreading gems in each green room is okay. It's because they'll get gathered to the conference room and then hopefully that's fine. It's either that or the sauna. I don't think you can dig up gems, but the commissary has a ton of gems for sale, so I think I'll actually go for the sauna. Also, sometimes the sauna has gems, so yeah. So let's go back up to the office, spread coins, and come pick those up. It might also be worth it to open some of these, but I also want to get the coat check if possible. This does hurt steps-wise. But I think we could draft the hallway over instead of heading back to the weight room. And that'll help make up for it a little bit. And so now we're hoping for a good way to spend all of these coins. Okay, we're just gonna open this one at least. See, that's a good thing. Because that gives us a guaranteed way to get a bunch of fruit. As long as we can get a locked door heading to one of the sides. Dormitory could be big. In just giving us more steps. And maybe the hall pass too, which would be big. That's probably good. The trunk, not the hall pass. I'm not gonna open that one. At this point, we're hoping for the coat check, too. Up. Observatory. Let's use the extra star that we got. The slice, good. Nice. So if we need to go back and buy a bunch of gems, that'll be good. I mean, easy clap, as they say. Now we really want the coat check. Because there are a bunch of lockers we can open, and then there's this wall that we can knock down that we down. Nice. Come on, bam. We just wanted her ladyship's chambers. There we go. So that we can get 10 steps when we go to the boudoir. To go gather the spread fruit from the secret garden. Safe deposit key. Okay, so we want the vault too. I think, I could be wrong, I think that's Marion's dad. No, it's not her dad. It's Marion's grandpa. The way the family tree is structured is a little weird. If this is Clara Epson's room, then these are her parents, most likely. We still don't have the key to the diary, but this is a sigil. This will probably, if we can open this will give us one of the sigils that we need. And then there's the one, yeah, there's this. Okay, cool. So let's take a jaunt back, go get some more spread stuff. Maybe we'll open this door first, because it's the pump room. And then that would be cool to be able to adjust that. Oh. Well, that's neat. Also, do we have a clock? Do we know what time it is? Is it worth it going back to the clock tower yet? It's close. It's close. We also have 3 free gems at the walk-in closet if we need. Okay. That's a lot of steps. That might justify a trip to the commissary before we start drafting up here. Again, everything's half off now. That's a lot of gems that we can buy. I think I need to hold on to my keys, though. And we haven't drafted a draft room. So to get to the commissary, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We have 51 steps left. That's a reasonable price. Is it worth also taking an extra 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22? Is it worth taking an extra 6 or so steps to get 3 free gems? I think probably. We can, yeah,
we'll be quick, and then we'll go wait in the clock tower. It bites to have to go through the chapel twice to spend money, but where does the light come from if it's in the middle of the house? Like, seriously? Where is the light coming from? Cool. Okay, so we did just use all of those steps, which sucks, but I'm hoping it'll be worth it. Yeah, okay. It'll be a little boring, but I think we're gonna wait for the clock tower here. The real question, though, like, what do we do in the clock tower? Are we supposed to, like, click on this clock? Are we supposed to go down and... Because you can see that these gears, the teeth of these gears connect. This one is just not connected fully. And so, whether that's I need to slide that out somehow, or... Because there's nothing interactable that we can click on explicitly here. But that doesn't mean that we can't interact with things, period. Because we need to get to 130. So again, a very slow process. Pull out your phones, check your texts, etc., etc. Almost there. So, while we're sitting here, we still want to see if we can get the library today. I have 5 letters. I might be able to open the safe in the study. It depends on if the safe in the study has the same password as the safe, the tiny safe in the little study replica in the drafting studio. Because I opened that one, but I haven't done the study safe. Let's see. I'm still trying to figure out where the... I'm trying to learn more about the sigils, because I have 4 sanctum key doors opened, but only have 1 solved. I only have the one for Orindia solved. Again, I'm hoping that there's a sanctum key in here. And I'd love to draft the vaults today. That's why I wanted to go get all of those gems, is hopefully I can draft the vault, because I have a vault key that might also have a sanctum key in it. And honestly, after that point, it's pretty much just a matter of drafting libraries. I did look at, so a new clue book, looking at all the signs in the book, right? There's Route 8, depart, keep left, to Tanner Fork, a right turn and a dead end. And then the rest of the steps say report each, the rest of the signs say report each step in between. Report each stop on the way. The metro sign in the hecking Saferoom has a stop for Tanner Fork. It's number 10 on this as metro. And so if you start at 8, keep left, that goes to 7, and then 7 goes to 3, 3 goes to 10, you turn right, goes to 9, dead end. I don't know what those numbers mean, but that might be a solution to that puzzle. I still need to find the question, but that might be a solution to that might be an answer to the puzzle. Other than that, again, I am a little bit stuck. There's still a bunch of rooms I'm missing. I'm missing room 8. Or maybe I'm not missing a bunch of rooms. Holy cow. I might not be missing a bunch of rooms. I'm still missing room 8. And there's a specific trophy associated with drafting room 8 on rank 8. I'm just going to start mashing here. See if that can do anything. Okay. Doesn't seem to be doing anything. Oh, there we go. Nice. Oh no. Oh no. Each of these clocks should be set to a different time. 5 of these clocks should be set to a time ending on the hour. Set this clock to a time containing all different numbers. This clock's neighbors should both be set to a time containing 7. This clock should not be set on the hour. None of these clocks should be set at times that contain the number 1, 2, 3, or 4. This clock should be set to a time that contains the same 3 numbers of another clock here, but in reverse order. Clocks are positioned so that the times will go up in ascending order. And we know from the office... Not the office, security. Red memos are lies unless written by hand. So this is true. This clock should be set to a time that contains the same 3 numbers of another clock here, but in reverse order. And none should be set to times that contain the number 1, 2, 3, or 4. That's insane, though. Because that means we can't do 10, 11, or 12 either. That means it has to be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And so that means... this has to be like 9:56 or something, and another one is 6:59. Oh, that's so good, though. So this should be set on the hour. Should both be set to a time containing a 7. So this has to be on the hour then. I guess this could be 5, 6, 7. Or 9, 5, 7. And then 7, 5, 9. Five, 9. And if this is containing a 7, it has to be on the hour. Five should be set to a time ending on the hour. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 3 of them are irregular. So that means we already have 2 of the irregular ones. And this one probably has to be irregular too. No, this one probably has to be irregular. Okay, so this can't be, if they're ascending, this can't be 759. Containing all different numbers. So maybe 547. Because in order to keep it ascending and have different numbers and also contain a 7, it has to be like this, I think. Because then this one can be just 6 o'clock. This one's 7 o'clock. This clock is set to a time that contains the same 3 numbers on another clock here, but in reverse order. So this could be 7:45 in theory. This one is probably either just 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. Fudge. That puts this one somewhere between 7 and... Oh, no, I'm goofing, because we can't have any 4s. We can't have any 4s. And so I think this has to be 657 and 756. Set this clock to a time containing all different numbers. These can't both be true, though. Because if this is supposed to be all to the same number, then it would all have to be 777, and you can't do 7 on a minute hand. Or, I mean, it doesn't have to be all the same, but having 2 numbers be the same, 557, would still qualify. So maybe it is 557. And then this is 755. And that would still qualify. And then this has to be like 556 or something. But then we have too many that are, so we have 5 clocks set to a time ending on the hour. 5 o'clock is the lowest we can get. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We can have one on each of 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, and 9 o'clock. This can be 657 in theory. But if this has to be on the hour, and contains a 7, this has to be 7 o'clock. 2, 3. You're probably going to be 9 o'clock. You're probably going to be 8 o'clock. And it's 8:56. It's we're 6:58 or 7, 8:56. Yeah, okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, I feel like this is with no button to click. Oh, no, this is true. It's handwritten, so it's true. Times will go up in ascending order. Assuming it's ascending left to right, you know? Like one would assume. Set this clock to a time containing all different numbers. This clock's neighbors should both be set to a time containing a 7. 6:57, 7 o'clock. This clock should not, therefore should, be set on the hour. None of these clocks should be set to times that contain a number 1, 2, 3, or 4. None of these clocks contain 1, 2, 3, or 4. All of them are set to a different time. Eight, 5, 6, 6, 5, 8. Am I just insane? Am I... Because there's a little room. I could make this 6:59. I could make this, no. This clock should be set to a different time. Done. Set this clock to a time containing all different numbers. So that's probably the one that I'm messing up somehow. Again, the only one that is all the same is 555. If we can't have any 1, 2s, 3s, or 4s, we need to have 7 o'clock. To a time containing all different numbers. That's false. They all need to be the same. But they all need, but this one needs to include the number 7. So I think that means... Does this have to be 7:57? This is true. They do have to go up in ascending order. I don't want to adjust everything to go the other way, though. Went the other way, it wouldn't be that much of an issue. Well, no, it would still be an issue, I think, but... The only way to have this be both with a 7 and all different numbers, and not all different numbers, would have it be either be 557 or 757. If it's 557, this could become 6 o'clock, and this could become 7 o'clock still. So let's try that. 6 o'clock. And then this needs to be the one that mirrors over here. So it'll probably be 8:55 and 5:58. Oh, that doesn't work. Okay. Six, 7, 8, blank, 9. I still think that's correct. I think it's a matter of figuring out what to do with this. Because there's nothing that says it needs to be a 5 here, right? So maybe we go like 48? No, we can have a 4. So it would have to be 58. Goodness gracious. So we still have our 5 clocks ending on the hour here with this current setup. This needs to be 7 o'clock. If it has to be set on the hour, and this neighbor needs to have a 7, this has to be 7 o'clock. There's no other time it could be to qualify for both of those two things. And that means I think that 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock are correct too. So this needs to be able to be flexible. Has to end in an 8. There's no 6. So what can we do here? It can't have a 4. It could have a 0. 508. 805. Okay. Whew. Oof. That was a trip. And that was really dramatic that the lights went out, but we still have the reflections here. Oh. See, that's a good puzzle. Logic puzzles like this are good, I think, generally. Okay, that was crazy. It would be a lot of steps to go down and deposit that right now. I kind of want to go up through the secret garden and see if we can do anything meaningful with that before we go deposit this key. It'll take at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to the basement, 8 to the reservoir, 9, 10. It'll take at least 10 steps to get back. So we're hoping that we get more dig spots. We're hoping that we get more... Because again, if we can just draft the vault... Shoot. Wasted a step. If we can just draft the vault, then that will be a good end to this day. I'll be satisfied. Pump room. That's good. That's good. Let's put the pump room. Because again, we no longer need to have the bottom... There you are. Okay, so we can dump things in the reservoir again. I think I have pictures of everything that I need from the secret spot, the safe house. I don't think I'm going to fill it up to go to the safe house again. And I think we're going to empty the pool for sure. And just keep the pool empty. And we'll fill up the well all the way, and we'll start depositing in there as a bank every day. Cool. But I think that's good because it's just one shy that lets you use the boat to get across, I'm pretty sure. And we want the kitchen full, we want the greenhouse full, aquarium doesn't matter. Cloister could be big. Mostly because it will have a bunch of dig spots. I have the gems, so I think it's worth just going to the cloister. Turnips, please. Turnips, please. Yeah. Yeah. And another key card, which is good. Let's try going up first. Bedroom could be good. Aquarium could be good. Don't really care about classroom. I think we'll go aquarium. Because it counts as a bedroom, counts as a red room. Counts as a green room too. It counts as a green room drafting off the cloister. Locker room, I think. If we need the keys, we can go get them. Well, okay, we wouldn't be able to go get them. That would be too many steps, but... I think locker room, because we can draft up here if we need to. I like how it echoes in here, because that's very evocative of locker rooms to me. None of these are really that good. Dark room gives us a chance if we don't have a good aquarium draft. We also redraw. I think I want to save that in case we can get the vault elsewhere. Let's add the armory because we have the money for it. It's either the armory or we do the rook. Try to draft the corners and get the vault that way. I think we'll go for that, actually. Turn it. Dang. Turn it, yes. Okay, so let's draft here. Drawing room, perfect. Gives us an additional redraw. I need to. I think I already checked this. Yeah, it's just written 6. Okay. Vault. Perfect. Coat check, though. Coat check's tempting. We can try to put the coat check in the other corner. Which do we think is more likely? Getting this particular vault key and the vault on the same day, or getting the coat check and the secret garden on the same day? Honestly, I'm kind of feeling the coat check. Because we could go break open that wall and these 2 chests. I don't know. It's a tough call. I'm just going to go for the vault. That's what we were hoping for. It's always the pocketbook, too. This vault key is 304. That's another passport. Looks like the same person, just another fake passport. This one does not have an X through it. Upgrade disk is okay. We can always run back to the office and put it in, or security. I think there are a few more. Surely there has to be at least one more. Because I don't have the sanctum key from the vault yet. Not great. This gets me to room 46, but I don't think I need to get there. Utility closet. I don't think I went into the dark room. Secret passage lets me draft independent. I could get a store, maybe get the showroom. And that, I mean, that's probably a good plan. And we'll go for that. Oh, come on. Come on. Yeah, I think we'll draft more rooms. Can't buy anything else here, I don't think. Yeah. I mean, we could just draft the freezer and have a bunch of coins tomorrow. That's probably better than the pool hall. I can't think of a single room that would be truly beneficial to draft an addition. At most, like, the study could be okay. It could be fun, but it wouldn't benefit me any to do that today over tomorrow, you know. I could potentially get the coat check off of this. Or the library. I mean, I've never once frozen my accounts and had a good day afterward. I don't think there's anything I care about in this area. I feel like objectively the best call is the freezer. But I don't know. Whatever. I don't know if it's useful. I'll just go with it. Good to know that if you're lucky, you can get a lot of items. Nice. Okay. Yeah. Then we just go turn in the sanctum key. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Fourteen, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 6, 7. Oh, we have more than enough steps. I think I am just gonna detour to get those keys from the locker room spread. And just open trunks. Yeah, mostly for kicks and giggles. I've also never successfully ran payroll
Pop in here and get some extra steps. Never successfully ran payroll and seen the names of different employees. I don't know if that's meaningful or not, but it's been on my mind. It's good to see what kinds of things you can get in trucks, though. Closet. I mean, that seems much worse. Though it being a red room could be beneficial. I think bedroom closet is probably the best. Except the bedrooms don't have many doors. And so it's more likely to be... Actually, this is probably pretty bad, because the only way to benefit off of that is to close it off completely. And the only bedrooms that have two doors leading off of them are the aquarium, the maid's chambers, the boudoir, and the bedroom. The bedroom you want to be able to be a free room for traveling consistently through. So I think the hallway is probably the best upgrade. Because the number of times you draft the east wing or west wing and then draft down and have a dead end anyway, I think we're just going to do the hallway closet. I don't know. I never know. Upgrading rooms is very stressful. Pretty good day overall, I would say. A little long, but I mean, acceptable losses, I would say. So that means the 3 vault keys remaining. We have the last key waiting behind the last door of 8. We have locked up tight in the vault of a bank. And we have 5th key is held by a king on his throne. I haven't seen a throne room in this house anywhere.
again, the joke that I want to make is the lavatory, that there's a sanctum key in the lavatory. The vault has one. Fifth key is held by a king on his throne. There's part of me that wants to think that it's in the Red Prince book. Master's Chambers, I still have never drafted. That could be where it is. It could be in room 46 if, like, well, we already got the room here, the one here on the furthest rank, so I don't think there'd be two in the same room. That'd be crazy. So I still need to draft the Master's Chambers. There's the greenhouse and the secret garden that both have walls that can break down. On his throne. Haven't been to the casino yet. Probably never need to go to the clock tower again. Could be in the tomb. Arguably, there could be a reading that has the king on his throne be in the tomb. Yeah, anyway. Question is, which door do we open? Do we open the door on the left? Do we open one of the 3 doors on the right? I'm thinking this door. Yeah. I don't think I have Ferraricas either. Because all of the book references are for the Fen-Iris sigil, which I don't have access to as one of the options. There might be answers in the history of Arindia. Quickly. Oh no, because Ferrarica isn't one of the nations mentioned in the history of Arindia. Iraha is the hourglass one, which is good to know. It would make sense why there's so much that is using Iraha language, why it was being taught. This is the one that we've solved. It would make sense as well then that the Epsons come from Iraha. That's Arch Ares. Okay, so the border is just color. Arch Ares is certainly railroads. So that means we need 3 rays like this. And it spans. Yeah. So I don't know if we can get much more than that. The schoolhouse can tell us what color we need. I'm pretty sure Arch Ares is yellow. So I'm pretty sure Iraha is purple. Yeah, so Arch Ares is going to be yellow. And yellow is squiggly. This one. And then the type of boat is the question. And we need the railroad rays. Or the weather. We need the weather. It would make sense that the mountainous expanse of Arch Ares would be
snowy, but I don't think I've read anything explicitly that says anything about the weather of our cherries. So probably not worth sitting here and trying everything. Yeah, anyway. So kind of a bummer. I was hoping that we'd get the Fen Iris sigil. But, you know. Okay. I think we'll probably get through one more day. Yeah. We'll probably get one more day in before I both need to take a break, get up, move around, and go play games with my friend and sibling. But we got the vault, we got the clock tower. So now priorities are going to be other vault keys, if we find any, because there's still some that you can dig up that I haven't turned in. The library for sure. And yeah, just kind of going with the flow, I think. Let's see if we can get the shrine today to get a new blessing. Got extra steps. We could always try another classroom day if the opportunity presents itself. Additional steps is somewhat helpful for that. Do we go for it? Without the blessing of the general as a backup, it gets a little harder to feel confident drafting schoolhouses. The real question, if we're not doing schoolhouses, what are we doing? I guess trying to get, trying to break down the walls is a worthy goal. Shrine wouldn't necessarily help with that, but it could. Shelter is just a free gem and protection from red rooms. Honestly, because I'm betting that the item that lights candles needs the battery. I don't think I've gotten a battery. Maybe once have I gotten a battery while having the power hammer already constructed. So I wonder if I'm less likely to get the battery while I have the power hammer. And so there's part of it that just wants to see if I can focus getting that today. Getting the coat check, getting the secret garden, getting the greenhouse. Those are the two rooms that I know I haven't opened that have extra doors or extra walls. So, I don't know. Let's just go over the shrine. See if we can break down some walls.
I don't hate the blessing of the general. It makes drafting red rooms less punishing. Kind of a misnomer that the entrance hall isn't a hallway. Magnifying glass for $3.99? Wow. The gems are in a box with a false statement. Both statements on the blue box are true. The gems are not in the blue box. The gems are not in the black box. It'd be very easy if that was true. Both of these statements are true. The gems are in this box. Okay, so again, knowing that one has to be both true, one has to be both false, and one can be a mix of true and false. That gives us a little more confidence in solving these. It could just be false, 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 true. And we're just gonna go for that. Caught me off guard. The local trophy for winning 40 parlor games. Hooray! Let's do the chapel here. But it still doesn't answer, the clock tower does not answer why the clocks have these times written on them. And like this massive clock surely has to do something. Well, hey, we like a shovel. Nice. That's what I was hoping for. Getting an extra item. My coin purse is pretty good. I think corridor. A little bummed to use it this early, but don't want to cut off this side completely. Yeah, nook this way is fine. We can at least draft down the corner. Hopefully. Observatory. We got some extra stars yesterday. Might as well benefit a little. I think laboratory. Again, we do want to generally increase our allowance if possible, or send more letters to the mailroom, or like laboratory I think is better than just security. But come on. I think trash while digging, small chest, that benefits the hope of getting the coat check. Setting steps to 40 could be good. That could just be a good, like, persistent get to the end of the run, but we're gonna do that. I don't know. Because I think the battery pack shows up in the workshop, in the dark room, or in here. I think those are the 3 rooms it can show up in. I mean, we have 6 coins. I say coins. We have 6 keys. So I kind of want to just go open one of those. Open the trunk that just spawned before we head out too far. Treasure map is cool. We have the shovels, the treasure map is a good. Okay. And compass is good too. Both of these are okay. Kind of want the pool hall just because I then can keep adding, get that trophy eventually. Drawing room is the most safe options though, so I think I'm gonna go drawing room first. And also reimburses itself, which is not to be understated as valuable. I think always good. And then maybe we can get like a bad red room here. The dining room's okay, walk-in closet's probably okay too. Security would be better if I had drafted the pool room and gotten a key card. Let's check the closet here. So we can buy a lot today. Don't know that I need the car keys for anything still. I did turn in that security desk for sure. Gymnasium's probably okay. That sucks. I was hoping for a left-looking room, but we'll get the pool hall here. Fingers crossed we get the key cards today. So, 2 squared times 1 plus 2 or plus 2 squared? Or is it plus 2 then squared? If it's plus 2 then squared, because you don't square until you get there, then that would be 6 squared, which is 36, and it would give us this. Okay. So 1 squared plus 3 squared minus 14 is 2. 10 plus 5 minus 20 squared minus 20 squared divided by 5. What a time. I never get the key card when I want it here. We could get the study here and just try to open that safe. That could be, okay, it wouldn't do much, I don't think. I think we'll go for the kitchen. Gives us access to more steps and gives us a way up, and we have all the money to buy all the things. Because everything's on sale. We don't have the weight room yet, so I'm not going to buy stuff yet. I think we'll go for security because I want to have as many opportunities to open doors as possible. Ah! Oh, fam. Oh, fam. Why you gotta do me like this? Definitely unlocked. I mean, the only way we're getting anywhere in the room, in the house today, is by finding either the key card or the breaker. So, if we can draft up here, get the breaker room, then we got options again. But if not, then we're screwed anyway. So I think having it set to high is okay. But we'll see if I keep my words. We'll just try to be safe until we get the key card or that. Then there's a chance we can keep drafting up. So we'll put it down to low again. I just wish it was faster to go through those menus, because I'm impatient. Don't love the vibe as much as I love efficiency. I mean, let's get the spare green room. Veranda, because it keeps our run going. Gonna open this and hope for some gems. The rerolls are okay too. Let's just do a normal key. Bedroom's probably good, or commissary. But the commissary is only good if it gives us gems. But I think there's a good chance, since we have the shovel already. Yeah. So let's buy half off, -1 set of gems. Just buy a bunch of gems for 1 coin. Buy an extra key just in case. Oh, I should use a special key there. We can go to the Great Hall. We only need to open 3 doors to get at least 1 avenue off. We're gonna redraw. Then we'll just do the Great Hall. We can buy a couple more keys. Nice. Oh, yeah, let's dig up the treasure, shall we? Nice. Gems are good. Let's keep our keys for now. Dining room, probably okay. We have all the gems we need. So I think passageway, greatest number of openings possible. But we might still be able to draft for Ladyship's Chambers. The silver key here. Cloister. I'm down for that. I don't really want the Chamber of Mirrors this close to a bad room. Being the antechamber, hard to navigate around. We don't really have the means to make money. We don't need keys. We could do the armor. We could draft the armory anyway. We might be able to get the casino, which would solve all our money woes, ostensibly, from what I have heard. Changing the rarity of rooms, we don't need to see the clock tower anymore, and so we could try to re-roll the corners for that, the conservatory. I think we'll go for the armory. Just see what we can do there. Lever. Something. Wow. Wow. So lucky. So lucky. We have gems, so I don't think the terrace matters as much. So we'll go to West Wing Hall and maybe see if we can get into her leadership's rooms again. Nope. If we redraw, I don't know if that's worth it. Dormitory gives us extra steps. Unusual and rare rooms could be good. Here we go, dormitory. Ah, my old nemesis. Okay. Observatory, that's what we wanted. So let's go there. If the Sanctum Key is in the laboratory, I will regret making it rare. I think we're just going to make it rare. I think keeping the solarium standard is okay. The wine cellar, 3 gems is 3 gems. I don't know if we need to, because it's a dead end room. But 3 gems is 3 gems. And if I'm still trying to do classroom things, it might be beneficial to have it be commonplace, something that I can stick in a corner after drafting the foundation area. So I think we're going to do that. We keep the laboratory rare. I think we keep the solarium standard. I think that's okay. Hopefully that's okay. We're gonna go draft from the cloister and see if we can get another green room here. Casino. Or we just get the vault and guarantee all that money. I think guaranteeing the money. I have the coin pouch too. So I think just picking up the coins this way. Yeah. I'm a little bummed that the contents of the safety deposit boxes don't restock. Obviously, it makes sense that they don't, but yeah. Boiler room's probably okay. Probably has dig spots. I don't want the archives if I can avoid it. I'd rather have the dark room. Again, I don't think I need to provide power to any rooms anymore. I did the laboratory, I've done basically everything. That's kind of bad. We'll go to the office. Gives us another gem. Lets us keep drafting. We'll hold off on spreading coins for now. Might need to get more keys. All of these are good. Won't hear me say any of these are bad. The library, honestly, is kind of the goal. So I think we want to draft the library. We need to be seeing these books. We need to be... So this looks also like a green book, but it doesn't show us anything conveniently. Page 3, word 1. So it's either legend or heart. Or Holly. Again, assuming you count the title pages. One, two, three, legend. Okay, forward. The legend of Blackbridge is one that's well known to the people of the Grand Realm, for versions of this tale have been passed down from generation to generation. With each new telling, the story has changed, becoming over the years more colorful, more verbose, and, as one might expect, increasingly horrifying. However, with so many renditions and unique personal touches, the task of confining and binding this tale to text seemed an ambitious and impossible challenge. Over the course of my research, I've heard dozens of variations of the legend, and while the details would often change, I was surprised how much of the story's heart remained the same. Yet the more I listened, the clearer it became that there could never be a definitive version of this tale capable of capturing all the wonder and myth of Blackbridge. In the end, I chose to write down what felt most authentic, the story my grandmother told me as a boy long ago. I'm just going to take pictures of this book too. Because who knows? Who knows how much is going to be beneficial from all of this? Part 1, The Berry Picker from Horus. So mentioning the name Oris means that this book is not necessarily approved by Ben Iries. Many years ago, before peace had become a familiar word, there lived a group of rogues so wayward that the locals deemed it appropriate to call their number the Unholy Hounds. They were feral outlaws composed of society's worst in a time when society was at its worst, and for each crime that fearful travelers credited to the group, a dozen more lay unclaimed, each worse than the last. For the gentry, however, who often value their coffers more than their companions, no crime could measure more wicked than the group's primary enterprise, high road robbery. One such member of this so-called band of rogues was a boy of 13 years, Jesper, who had not been lucky in life, having lost 2 brothers to war and parents to famine. In the years of hunger that followed, Jesper lived in a gutter behind a churchyard, relying on the nourishment of scurrying bugs and weeds harvested from the cracks of the alleyway to sustain his pitiful existence. It is not surprising that a child aiming to escape such hardships would take any easy road out, an easy and well-traveled road, paved with temptations leading out of the city and into the gentry lands, where loose purse strings entwine with the strands of salvation and glisten equally with the hope of opportunity. It was this road that eventually led Jesper to the end of his youth, a hidden cave at the bottom of Blackbridge Canyon. It was here that he met his surrogate family and saviors, the notorious gang of godless outlaws known as the Unholy Hounds. Despite the hardened circumstances that had led him to this vocation of banditry, Jesper was surprisingly tender-hearted and was often teased by the group for being too kind for such an ignoble life. For this reason, Jesper was assigned the innocent role of berry picker. It was not just innocence that set berry picking apart from the gang's more wicked undertakings, for it was the only duty performed without the safety of night's concealment. Jesper, no stranger to solitude, did not protest that he worked alone while the others slept soundly, tucked away in a cave at the bottom of the Blackbridge Canyon. On one such occasion, Jesper decided to get an early start. He left the cave, a berry basket in hand, and set out into the woods before the morning sun had even brushed against the tallest treetops. It was colder in the mornings, but the headway dawn afforded meant Jesper could reach the furthermost berry patches without worry of being chastised for tarrying upon his return. It took over 3 hours on foot to reach his destination, and along the way, Jesper had passed many a familiar bush, all priorly pillaged and so bereft of berries that one would have to dedicate several moments in earnest examination before finding a single one. Jesper was patient, but even patience has its limits. He was confident that even accounting for the time lost to this long stretch of travel, his efforts would be well worth the pains. Surveying the patches in this new grove surprised even Jesper. The red dots suspended among the leaves seemed as numerous as stars in the skies. Upon seeing such a bounteous sight, he clutched his berry basket tightly and nearly toppled over out of joy. Once he regained his senses, Jesper quickly made a decision. He would not reveal the location of this newfound treasure. Instead, he would earn the respect of his confederates who, upon seeing his yield, might attribute the success to hard work. Smiling at his plan, Jesper set off to fill his basket and was making steady strides in this task when the sound of thundering hooves interrupted him. A carriage is approaching. The thought of it made Jesper freeze. Had he been so enchanted by his discovery that he neglected to observe his surroundings? How could a roadway be so close? He ducked down and crept toward the impending sound, hiding behind one of the larger bushes nearby. It was only a moment before the sound source revealed itself. Only a moment more before the sound source revealed itself. Within 50 paces of where Jesper hid, an elegant carriage with gold trim came soaring around a corner of trees, led by 2 beautiful white horses and conveyed by a stern-looking driver seated atop the vehicle. Flaunting the most sophisticated regalia Jesper had ever seen, it was not just any carriage, it was a royal carriage. Even without ever having witnessed such a sight before, Jesper was certain. The sight had so transfixed Jesper that he stood awestruck, unable to tear away as the carriage approached. The little concealment the bush provided was soon proven unequal to the driver's lofty perch. And upon spotting the boy, he pulled the reins with such effect that the noble steed slid to a sudden halt with precise control. "You, boy, get out from behind that bush," he shouted, with a rigidity that betrayed a modest amount of fear. "You startled me half to death coming round the bend of my own drive, and seeing such an unfamiliar face in a place where there ought not to be any face." Jesper quickly contemplated running. The man was much older, and his dress was suitable for courtly behavior, not dashing through the bramble and mud. I was picking berries." Jesper raised the half-filled basket up to allow the driver to see the proof of his words. The demeanor of the man suddenly changed. It was a change that Jesper was familiar with. He had many times seen the same stern expressions on the most fiendish bandits melt away when presented with a berry basket. Any suspicions that the driver might have had instantly evaporated, for even the notion of a member of the unholy hounds picking berries seemed farcical. The softened expression even made allowances for a smile. Berries, eh? Say, you couldn't have picked a better spot for them, could you? I used to pick berries here as a boy. Jesper took his cue to finally step forward out from behind the bush, proudly brandishing his basket. I know, and what luck I found them. I've only just begun picking, and look how many I have. It would take me fourfold the time back home to procure this number. The driver bent down for a closer look. And where is your home, boy? It must be quite far. Jesper replied with a scripted response. A little south of Tanner Fort, just past the burnt woods. My God, that is far. You couldn't have come all that way only this morning. It was true. Tanner Fort was in the exact opposite direction Jesper had traveled, and while that response would seem perfectly reasonable on a location closer to Blackbridge Canyon, he could see why it might seem less believable here. Sir, I have traveled much farther for much less profit. I dare say there is no distance yet made by man that would not be worth undertaking for a prize such as these. Surely you have tasted them for yourself. Jesper felt happier with this response, as it seemed to amplify the man's smile. In my youth, often, but perhaps I took it for granted because I never had to travel very far. And even then, my father would always drive us here in our carriage, so I'm ashamed I never had to walk such a stretch to earn an equal reward. It was Jesper's time to smile. To let my efforts reward us both today, he raised the basket even higher. A taste in memory of your youth, sir. The driver chuckled and removed one glove, bending over the seat to reach down for the basket. And at the moment his fingers touched the first berry, the dagger in turn met his throat, cutting through a superficial layer of skin and drawing blood. Jesper caught the man's startled eyes. And for that taste, I will have your purse, sir, in memory of my youth. The driver's arm had gone stiff, his chin raised and trembling, more frightened than he had ever been before. Whether unable or incapable of speaking, he did not respond to the boy. Perhaps he did not think his jaw could afford to be engaged at this particular time. Jesper let the basket drop, freeing his other hand to probe the man's pockets. Do not mistake me, sir. I will not kill you if you give me no cause, though I will admit the thought of taking your carriage and leaving you with the indignity of walking appeals to me. Unable to find a purse in the man's coat, Jesper pivoted to search the seat under him. Why have you no purse upon your person? The driver slowly raised his hand cautiously, pointing towards the carriage door behind him. Jesper lowered the knife's edge a small degree to allow the man to speak, which he did in turn softly. There's a lockbox in the carriage. Well, come down then and grant me the courtesy of sparing your life and binding your hands, a concession I assure you of my tender heart, for it would be much easier to slit your throat. The man started to comply, slowly lowering himself from the driver's seat of the carriage. Once down, Jesper guided him away from the carriage to a nearby tree where he instructed him to get on his knees and put his hands behind his back. Excusing his inexperience, the man indulged Jesper while he figured out how to adequately bind him. The smile and kindness Jesper had seen on the man's face, now nothing more than a distant memory. In their place, cold, dark eyes displaying no emotion. I wonder, should I grant you the same clemency you are showing me? Jesper stopped, surprised by the question, but ignored it, secured the final bindings, and then hastily returned to the carriage. With one hand on the door's handle, he turned back to the man. If there is no lockbox, there will be no clemency. Inside, the carriage was surprisingly dusty and unswept, a stark contrast to the elegant and polished golden facade of the exterior. It had apparently been many years since the passenger had enjoyed passage in this vehicle. This all but confirmed what Jesper had suspected. The driver of this carriage was not a liveried servant in the employ of some greater master. Any curiosity this observation might have further produced was quickly abandoned upon seeing what rested under the carriage's back seat. A large wooden lockbox. Despite its hefty appearance, the box was surprisingly easy to handle. Within a few minutes, Jesper had dislodged it from its hold and carried it out into the sunlight. Inspecting the box carefully, two observations were made. Totemic symbols found carved on all four sides of the box hinted that the box was very old and likely not created by Arindian hands. It reminded him of artifacts from the old world and was presumably crafted in one of the ancient realms. Secondly, the box was secured by a rusted yet robust padlock that would not open easily without a key. Jesper looked over to see the driver quietly observing from his indentured position. Do you perhaps have a key you can provide me to open this box? Without emotion, the driver replied, there is no key to that box. Jesper stood up. Easy enough, then. He headed over to a nearby rock of sizable dimensions and lifted the stone up, carrying it back to the box. If there were ever a time when that lock had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. With one hit, the stone had completely shattered the rusted lock. He bent back down and opened the lid. Inside was an effigy, a crude figure chiseled from stone. Without too much deliberation, Jesper bent down and picked it up, somewhat surprised by how heavy it seemed, given how light the box had felt. Having expected to find something more akin to gold or gems, he looked questioningly to the man, hoping to find an explanation. The driver's smile had once again returned. You are cursed, boy, for deadly is the stone. You have opened that which you should never have opened, and you are cursed. Jesper carried the effigy over to the man and shoved it in front of his face. What is it? That's one. Feeling his disappointment rising to anger now, Jesper tightened his... Oh, geez. Jesper tightened his grip on the effigy. One what, you mumbling a hentor? We quickly look at our translation notes for Arahin. His AJ is first. Entor doesn't seem to be a word that we have. And in God's name, why have you no purse upon your person? The man did not seem intimidated. With one pace, he paused for effect. 12 more and you will be dead. He only had a second to flinch before the effigy stuck him in the head and put an end to his cryptic ramblings. If there was ever a time when the old man had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. Jesper looked down at the sculpted stone figure now splattered red. Was it cursed? Was he cursed? He had, of course, heard stories of curses and had never doubted their validity in the past, but now that he was standing face to face with the possibility of being cursed, his mind pleaded with him to be skeptical. And if he was cursed, what difference would the knowledge make? A dozen more paces would not be enough to find another living soul, to say nothing of the chances of procuring a remedy. If he did not move from where he now stood, he could live maybe another 3 or 4 days, maybe more, given the abundance of nearby berries. A plan that, if we ignore its obvious faults, might prove additional opportunities for help to come along. But what good would that do to be discovered here? Beside a body, stolen goods in hand, bloated from berries, and raving about a curse that could very well not be real. No, it would most certainly be better to face one's fate now, take a dozen paces, and see if life goes on. But Jesper found his legs unable to make that first step. His mind was unable to convince his limb to waste away 1/12 of his life in a single motion. Feeling desperation sink in, he hopelessly looked about him for a solution. And if, by some stroke of luck, the gods had heard his plea, a miracle materialized before him as if he found himself suddenly at the end of a fairy tale. 2 white horses and a carriage of golden trim were beside him, the answer to his immediate prayers. He lacked his fortune and calculated the short number of paces back to the road. 4. Perhaps only 3 if he jumped. He made a quick survey to see if there was anything he wished to grab before taking the plunge. He thought about removing the driver's fancy coat, as that appeared to be of some value, but the additional risk of undertaking such a task too great to chance. That's weird phrasing. A lot of the language in these books is weird phrasing. And so, after a profound breath, he took a second, third, and fourth steps, though they were quite large. Seated down behind the horses, he reached for the reins and suddenly realized that he was still gripping the effigy. If the curse was real, then it would most certainly be better left here. If, on the other hand, the story was fictitious, there might be some appraisal that could be made of the figure. It was, after all, found within a lockbox, whose typical function oft secures objects of value. Having witnessed firsthand the horrors of destitution, Jesper found his mind equally reluctant to allow his hand to let go. If it is cursed, I die. If not today, then tomorrow. And if I die, what care have I? And with that statement said aloud to the horses, seemingly, Jesper took up the reins with confidence. Oh, geez, how long does this go? Okay. So that's all part 1. Part 2, below the Black Bridge. I'm going to take a drink because my throat is getting sore from talking this much. Miller awoke to some light nudging from a familiar foot. Only one person would have the cheek to awaken her in such ill-mannered fashion. Shaking the sleep from her eyes, she glared up at him in the darkness, but did not say a word. He nudged her again, teasingly, then stepped back into the dim. After taking a moment for her eyes to adjust to the darkness of the cave, Miller remembered. She was on third watch today. Quietly collecting her things and wits, Miller turned as she left, waving to her young friend, who was more than likely already asleep. She crept through the cavern's main passage, careful to not wake the sleeping bandits around her. Like a hero in a book, she often mused. Quietly, she grabbed a bow from the haphazardly formed pile of weapons, shaking the accompanying quiver in the darkness to assess how many arrows it held. She then walked toward the sun-drenched mouth of the cavern, ready to start her shift. Above her, in one of the few trees found in the canyon, Miller could see that Rabia was already posted. She waved, and Rabia already waved back. Calling out to each other was strictly forbidden. Anything louder than a gesture in the canyon was forbidden. When Miller reached the tree, Rabia lowered a braided rope and pointed to the ground behind her. Miller turned, following the finger, and she saw a pail of water resting beside a nearby log. She turned back to Rabia, nodded, and secured the pail to the rope. The pail went up first, and in turn, Miller followed. Rabia reached across to grab the water. Miller leaned back to give her space. There was not much room for maneuvering in this tree post, a necessary concession to the concealment the outpost demanded. Rabia tilted the pail up to her mouth dramatically, illustrating how thirsty she had been. Miller laughed silently as water poured out, splashing onto Rabia's face. It was a bit too daring and noisy of a joke, and had the others been around, they would have certainly been scolded for the unwarranted sound. But Miller appreciated the efforts Rabia took to verbalize the silence of the morning. They had been on the third watch together for over a month, and during that speechless time, their friendship had grown into something special. Affection was unsurprisingly scarce among the unholy hounds, and she had felt camaraderie before, of course, but intimacy never. From their elevated vantage, the girls could see both the concealed entrance of the cavern as well as a clear view of the bridge that spanned across the canyon. The Black Bridge was the link between the Gentry lands and the northern mountains, the overpass that connected Horus and Reddington. To the city-faring travelers of the realm, the bridge was an unavoidable crossing. In the day, the task was to ensure that travelers passed by without stopping. At night, the task was to ensure that they do. Like most of her band, Miller preferred the night. The biting glare of the sun might be tolerable to farmhands and bricklayers, but to a cavern-housed bandit it was a source of constant annoyance. In the day there was no shroud to conceal her expressions, nor to hide her thoughts. She felt exposed. Rabia touched her elbow and pointed up. Miller, striving to suppress a budding smile, steadily shook her head in response. There were many signs that the unholy hounds used in lieu of words, but the two of them had developed an extended vocabulary. Gestures quietly forged in the shared solitude of their month among the branches. She watched as Rabia shifted, placing her palms flat on the floorboards beneath them. Miller knew what she was trying to say, but shook her head a second time. It was often more fun to pretend not to understand. Rabia rolled her eyes and turned away, looking back to the canyon. Squinting through the leaves, the two girls held still, watching and listening. It was not long until Miller, too, heard the sounds of approach. Rabia held up two bent fingers, and a few moments later, two men emerged from the bridge's southern end. They were dressed in a familiar uniform, long gray coats with black facings, white waistcoats, and black triform hats. They belonged to the local patrol, the Black Guard. Although not an everyday occurrence, their presence at Black Bridge wasn't an unusual sight. It typically indicated an important traveler's impending passage across the bridge, information that the girls would promptly relay to their leaders as soon as the coast was clear. But this report, while exciting, was rarely acted upon. In Miller's 5 years in the Unholy Hounds, she had never once seen a carriage taken in open daylight when the Black Guard was nearby. The bed had nearly reached the bridge's north end when Miller heard the horses, faintly at first, but growing louder with each passing moment. Rabia's eyes met Miller's, the same concern mirrored in each other's expression. This did not sound like the typical carriage, cautiously approaching the bridge to cross. Instead of the familiar crunch of the high road's gravel, they heard the harsh clattering of hoofbeats against stone. Both girls quickly redirected their attention downwards, looking through the foliage. The sounds were not coming from the high road, but from the canyon itself. The horses were coming from below the bridge. In an instant, Miller had knocked an arrow and drawn her bow. Go! Rabia was gone before the whisper had even left Miller's mouth. The young scout was already racing down the bank below. Was already sliding down the bank below, racing toward the cage. There was no road that ran below the canyon. There was no reason for numerous horses to be approaching their cave. There was only one reasonable conclusion that both girls had reached it instantly. The base had been compromised. This was a Blackguard attack. The moment the horses came into view, Miller let loose her first arrow. She was surprised to see a carriage. She had inspected cavalry. Before she had even finished processing that thought, her second arrow was in the air. Without a trail, it would be unthinkable for the carriage to traverse such rough terrain, and she watched as the wheels jolted over the rocky riverbed. The third arrow was now in flight, and there would be no need for a fourth. The driver slumped over just moments before the vehicle dipped into a small ditch, slamming into an embankment. The force of the sudden halt immediately shattered the front two wheels and catapulted the driver from the seat. Utterly confused now, Miller quickly glanced over her shoulder to see if any horses were also approaching from the rear. Down in the canyon, the entire horde of the unholy hounds came spilling forth from the earth, as if hell itself had suddenly sprung open. The group seemed even more bewildered than Miller, half asleep and tripping over one another in a desperate attempt to engage an unseen enemy in combat. Miller could see Rabia among their number, the only one looking up at her. Her expression was chilled. There would be no need for a silent gesture to convey what they both now realized. They had made a mistake. The gang's chieftain, Jeffrey Heartslasher, led the others, cautiously approaching the crashed carriage like a suspicious fox would near a baited trap. There were no words exchanged as the group crept forward in customary silence.
A dozen or so paces in front of the wreckage lay the far-flung driver, an arrow protruding from his broken body, and beside him a blood-stained effigy carved from stone. Miller was inconsolable. Jasper had always been her favorite. He had always shadowed her in the night, clinging to the hems of her every move, the way a child tails behind an older sibling. Tender-hearted, she had always called him, though deep down she had known that wasn't quite true. His appearance of gentleness concealed a raw, resilient durability that merged in the most perilous of situations. He had been a flower among the nettles of this cave, but he had still had thorns, honed by a grim past and hundreds of hands of misfortune. They buried him in the darkness in the back of one of the larger cavern rooms. He was interred with a berry basket and a silk handkerchief that he had treasured. The mysterious effigy they had found beside him had served as a distinguished gravestone, a marker that stood out as somewhat special among the rows of swords marking neighboring plots. No one spoke, not even in whispers. There was nothing to say. Note the Orindian logo on the tombstone. Miller awoke the next day to a thunderous shaking and a rattling of the earth, a far cry from the playful nudging of the previous day. She strained to adjust her eyes, but the choking sting of stirred-up dust caused her to flinch. Panic was also in the air. The sounds of scurried footsteps and clattering feet filled the space around her, but even in alarm the silence was louder. What was it that sounded so strange? Miller closed her eyes tight and used her feet to guide her along the passage. The whispers around her were getting louder, and intense voices could be heard ahead. Louder speech than she had ever heard spoken in the canyon. A growing dread grew as Miller approached the mouth of the cave, her eyes now open wide despite the dust. Shouldn't it be day? Miller felt a hand in the darkness pulling at her. It was Rabia. The two embraced, and Miller did not need to see her to understand. Rabia placed two bent fingers against Miller's cheek, and with that touch against her face, Miller felt the same sinking feeling the previous day. Two bent fingers confirmed what Miller had suspected. The girls had forgotten to relay one critical piece of information to the others. An hour or so later, the screams began, blood-curdling cries of hopeless desperation. Captain Podrick Lee of the Blackguard looked down from the ridge of the canyon to the collapsed entrance of the cave. Ah, now they speak. That kind of bites. I don't know what the statue is supposed to be. It looks kind of like a hand, but from a different angle, it kind of looks like a knight of some kind. That looks kind of like a word on the corner of the box. I don't know what word it would be. It looks kind of like a L or a U, and then there's an H, I. Could be him. Something him. We'll take a picture of that. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. have one. I think just one Mechanarium door. The Rotunda would probably be good, though I'm now starting to run out of gems. I don't think I have a strategy for getting more. I figured out the commissary already. So we could redraw here. We'll redraw once. Oh, that's bad. I mean, the weight room gives us a lot of openings. And as I recall, we don't currently have anything. It was a long time reading that book, so I don't remember if we have anything explicit that we need to do with the rest of our stuff today. We don't have any keys to use. We don't have... So I guess we'll just do the weight room. That does open room 46 if we want. Let's go over. All bad. But at least the dark room gives us another draft down. So I think we'll go for that. All locked, okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I could get back to the kitchen right now. I don't have a salt shaker, but the club sandwich plus the red room meal would give me more steps than I spend getting down here. It could be worthwhile to draft one of these rooms down here before heading that way, just to see what we can get. I have the night, and so I think... I don't know. Oh, wait, no. Did I count that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I can't get back to the kitchen unless I get something else first. Good to know. Okay. I'm gonna draft this room. The odds are high that the bedroom is gonna be locked. They're pretty high. We could just draft the casino, call it a day. And maybe there are ways to earn keys in the casino. We could try to redraw, see if we can get the breaker room. But we wouldn't be able to get back to security anyway. We would run out of steps. I think we're just gonna go to the casino. Glad they just give you the first hit free. broken handle, I mean... Kind of a bum casino. Let's spin this one first and just see what we get. Oh. You just get 10 if you see a coin, or you see a loaf of clover. I was curious why it was setting it to 0. Sure. Sure. Oh, it doesn't have to be sequential. That's good.
giving a little bit of a buffer before going and wagering most of my coins on the central spinning table. Nice. So I'm guessing that the other ones aren't as... I would love baked potatoes, yes please. I'm guessing the other ones aren't as lucky. That the reason this one's a star is that it's more fortunate. Oh, you prick. That's fair. Yeah, I think this is just where we call it, because I don't have a key card, I don't have any extra keys. If I got more keys, I could have gone further in here. But I was hoping that slot machines would oh, you get more bonus spins on the main machine. I was hoping that you would get keys off of this, but yeah. So good to know that you can essentially go infinite if you have the broken lever and the casino. Gives you all the money you ever could possibly need. But yeah, my friends should be getting home from work soon. So this will be the last day that I do. The Curse of Blackbridge was interesting. I just don't know that it helps me much. You can do double 2x. I got so lucky in terms of in-game knowledge that I did not see nearly as many chests in the entryway as I was hoping. Bananas are literally just free. They can't. They can't stop you. I have like 13 bananas at home. We've got all the steps in the world again. Just gonna check the inventory. There's a trunk. There is a key somewhere. So technically there's a key somewhere. There wasn't a key when I first drafted security, so it's somewhere up in these rooms. I could go back to the dormitory and get some steps. So I might as well go look now that I have a bunch of extra steps. It's probably not going to be like the most world-ending discovery, whatever it is, but if we could get the armory and then spend additional money, that would be neat. I don't have the metal detector. There's no real way to know. What room has it? Oh, it's probably in here, if we're being honest. It's probably in one of these doors. That would make the most sense. But the basement key doesn't help me at all. Let's go up first. Let's go up anyway, but let's go. Because the West Wing Hall often has a key on the floor somewhere. Dormitory gives us extra steps. Ostensibly, the realm of Araha being a realm of magic implies that magic exists in the world. And if these rooms could magically change what pictures are in here, that'd be much more comfortable in my mind than the idea of someone coming in every day when my dormitory gets drafted to change the pictures. Obviously that didn't start until after Simon was began exploring the house, but the concept is still there. Okay, here's the key. Now the other question, do we gamble the key on opening this trunk, or do we go open one of the doors? Because trunks can sometimes have lots of keys. The part of me that hates myself wants to open it, but I think we're gonna go gamble up on. I think we'll gamble going down. Not that it matters, because we won't be able to see anything anyway. We will spread coins just cause. And I don't think we have any... We have the dormitory, but I don't think employees live in the dormitory. Okay. Final answer. So this is the trophy room. The armory doesn't cost gems. I don't know what this is. So we could just pick this. Then we'll just pick this and hope it's the armory. Ah! Get got by the furnace again. Every time. Okay, well, that's fine. Cool. So nothing mind-bending in any of the days we did today. The clock tower was great. That was fun. We still need a vault key. We still need to know where the king's throne is. And we still need the 8th door to open the last... We still need the 8th door, which is where... Anyway, the... whatever. the 8th... The behind the last door of 8. Last key is waiting behind the last door of 8. So, yeah, it's basically just we keep drafting the library. I think we're going to have to prioritize the coat check more often if we're actually going to ever get those walls broken. I'm going to check messages from my friends, because I kind of want to do another day. We'll see. One of them is having their internet redone, and the other is just returning from an event. Screw it. Let's do another day. I think this puts us to day 50, so it's pretty satisfying day to end on. No, day 48. I am not good at keeping track. I also forgot to wish in the wishing well. Okay, confirmation one of them is going to be later than expected, so happy to do at least one more day where we try to force the power hammer functionality. Hegelian shitposting, if you're willing to confirm something, do I need the battery pack to use the item that lights torches? It seems most likely to me, like battery pack and magnifying glass or something. Because there are two places that have candles that I need to light, the chapel and the tomb. And maybe I can light torches. Yeah, okay. So there's part of me that wants to let the power hammer fade. That was a really quick response, so it makes me wonder if you're encouraging me to do another day or not. We'll do the hovel, because I'm bad at getting gems, and this could be a way for us to, stockpile gems for another day later. Do the hovel, no point going in, I don't think. I want to get that done, because I want to light things up, and I think I've seen the battery pack a single time, while I've also had the power hammer. That could just be bad luck, or it could be that things matter, that the odds of getting the battery pack are slimmer when it's part of the power hammer already. The gems are in the black box, so obviously one of those is false, one of those is true, or both are false. This statement is true, the above statement is false. This is not an empty box. The gems are not in the black box. These can't both be false. These could both be true. These can't both be true or false. These could both be false, but couldn't both be true. So if this is true and false, no. This has to be a hybrid or false. This has to be hybrid, which means that this would have to be true. So I think they're in the blue box. These are both true. These are both false. True and or false and true. Yeah, I think they have to be in here. Yeah, okay. I hate these parlor puzzles at this point. They were cute to start, but now that they're getting hard, I'm not having a good time. We want the nursery early, and this is a chance to see it early. It cuts off the corner, but c'est la vie. But also, no, we're gonna be smart. We're gonna get the nursery here. Because obviously we want to be able to pay steps. We need to have steps to pay. Therefore, we could just do the bunk room here. That runs the risk of cutting everything off, which is why I would hesitate. Nook is probably good too, though, so let's do the Nook. I mean, it's a little early to see the passageway, but I think it's an okay thing to do here. I don't like losing that corner either. I don't need the corners, like, it's fine, but... I could do the commissary and get the corner that way.
commissary probably has the sleeping mask. And that will benefit us even further. I mean, as long as the sledgehammer is occupied, though, guaranteeing that I can buy those 3 items in the commissary every time is not bad. Metal detector's a lazy pickup. I don't know. Don't even know, fam. We're just trying to get the power hammer to work. And hopefully freeze our assets. I'm gonna draft from over here. It's fine, I guess. I don't want to draft the archives this early. Set security below. We don't have an answer yet, by any means. But finding a way to afflict radiation and unlock all the rooms that way would be pretty handy. I think chapel's okay here. Don't want to go in yet, but Den pointed up is nice. Weight room is bad today with the Hubble. These are bad. Very bad. I think I prefer pantry. Well, let's do kitchen. Beef stew pie. We have the boiler room, so that'll be nice. Buy things. Gymnasium's also sketched today. But hopefully we won't have to come back through here very often. See, that's interesting. I've never noticed a pattern for this door being yellow or white or red and needing to be unlocked. Let's open this door and see where it leads. Ah, fam. Do we aggressively draft the coat check like we said, even though it's going to cost us steps? Or do we draft the walk-in closet and not have to come back through the gymnasium again? Or draft the dining room, potentially need to come back through, but also get more steps. I think dining room. More steps is more good. Locked doors, locked doors. I think drafting over, trying to get more keys, or at least fewer locked doors would be good, in case the observatory door is locked, but I don't want to go back through. Ah! Yeah. That looks like Draxus the Dread. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21.
So it's probably this. It's probably the flower, and that's good. Cool. Not that we need gems, because we picked the Hubble, because rip me. Of course it is. Yeah, that's why we didn't open that other door. Corridor is always unlocked. It's probably better than the hallway here. Being that we get what we want. I have the shovel, so the kennel could be really good. Drawing room opens more doors, though. The lab could be good. Let's do the lab. You could be cautious and just add one gold. I don't hate that. If we get this, we would need trunks, and we would need it would incentivize us getting the power hammer. We would need trunks first. Whew. I think the chance of getting 3 is not as good as just guaranteeing 1. Again, it's a little bit of cop-out, but I can't afford to lose 5 steps every time I draft a red room. And so I think we're just going to do this, and we'll just slowly but surely incrementally increase our value. No battery. We're going to draft over here first so that we can hopefully draft this up if needed. West Wing Hall, probably good enough. Well, Pantry. If we do Pantry, we don't need more coins though. At best, well, it's tough. Let's just do the Pantry. Because we can always then go buy a bunch of bananas if we need more steps. I don't hate the pool. Breaker box lets us turn off the gymnasium. Make it less punishing. Closet likely gives us a key. Pool makes us feel bad about not having the trunks one. And we don't really need the pump room. The locker room could give us a lot of keys though. Oof, tough calls. The pool basically just gives us this room, maybe. And that could be good. I think we want the chance of getting keys more than anything. The key card, that's good. That means we can go set security to high and hopefully break through a couple more doors that way. It sucks to travel this far to do so though. But we'll just have to buy stuff at the kitchen on our way back through. really sucks to travel this far. I guess let's check the estate inventory too. Yeah, okay, we're good. We'll definitely get the club sandwich. Buy a couple of bananas. We only have 2 red rooms, and so I think we can wait a little longer on the tomato soup. And it's going to be so funny if that drawing room door is closed and I just didn't check. Oh, shoot. Oh, I'm so bad. So bad. Yeah. That's okay. Pretty useless day. We got another allowance, we got another star in the observatory. Yeah, I've not had much luck with the Hubble. It's always pretty inconsistent. I guess I have the shovel. We can go dig up the foundation and maybe get a key, but also that's just going to cost us so many steps as to be inefficient. Oh look, a key. If only I had had a brain and had thought about doing that before. 2 keys? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Man. Man. Embarrassing. Imagine how many steps I could have saved. It's fewer steps to go up through the dining room, so I think we're going to try that first. Because then if we can get far enough, then it rewards us to go back through the dining room and get the 30-step dinner. And we're praying for key cards. Wow! The attic has 8 items that could be really good. Maid's chamber is a bedroom. That gives us additional steps. The study, we could just try to open the safe. We have a bunch of gems to let us redraw. I think the study is actually probably the pick here. And check to see if this is the same code as the mock one. It's not. Right. Date. D8 date. Queen is on the date. Is there a Queen's Day? Day of the Queen?
I mean, actually, um, Clara Epson died on June 15th, and if she is the queen, then that would have been convenient. But it might be on her birthday instead. And I don't know if I know her birthday. I feel like Clara Epson isn't likely to be her ladyship. Unless, of course... Okay, so something we haven't considered. So Simon Sinclair, Mary Epson's father, it's implied that A, he was dead when Marion left, and that she was trying to honor his memory with her actions, with her choice to steal the Fen Iries ruby crown. It's possible Clara Epson is the lady of the house, and that Herbert pulled a King Claudius and married his brother's wife, or at least doted on his brother's wife after his brother died. So she likely is the lady of the house. And then the news article does say her ladyship Clara Epson. So it would make the most sense. Whether they officially married, he still referred to her as his niece rather than as his stepdaughter. So whether they were married or not, they presumably had at least fond feelings for each other, enough to live with each other. And that would also explain why they have separate bedrooms if they weren't married but just were together, quote unquote. On opposite sides of the house, nonetheless. I'm gonna bet that if it is the Queen's date, then it's either the day Mary was born or it's Clara's birthday. I don't know that we have either of those. I think it's possible. The Mount Holly family tree is what I'm looking at right now, and that's found in the root cellar. It has a heart, and the heart is the same. The same heart on the tree in the apple orchard that had the code for the padlock there, and so maybe 11/28 is also a significant day. One, two, yeah, I don't know. 2811. Because it, yeah, all these things, conjecturally, all these things that things could be. Again, the only thing we have to go on for a date in this room is that the queen piece is on B8. Assuming that's a queen. I think it's a queen. There's a trunk. What could be her birthday? How could we find her birthday? We know the day she died.
things to think about. Let's just keep going. There are more bedrooms we could potentially draft, so hopefully we can still get some more steps and not just crash out today. And then we have to go to the pool just to go upward. I kind of also want to redraw the boudoir or the bedroom would be, yes, bedroom. Sorry, the boudoir or the normal bedroom would both be great here. Both of you are awful. Draw. That turns the wrong way. We could go West Wing Hall, and that's okay. I think West Wing Hall. Let's just check the note to see. June 15th. So maybe that's not the, maybe it's the day, June 14th would technically be the day that she died if this staff notice was posted on the 15th. If we don't have anything else to do with our steps, then that's what we'll go do. Well, okay, that's what we'll go do. We'll go try June 14th instead. Because we are SOL. It's okay. That's okay. Part of me thinks that the red letters are kind of superfluous. They're like lore building rather than providing necessary information. Okay. So I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I say that to try to justify the ability of finding answers to red letters early. Answer to the safes early. Because like the boudoir one, you need to know that the date is Christmas, but I watched a certain streamer just say, oh, well, why don't you try Christmas for the safe? And it worked out. So that one feels like it's more likely to be intuited by luck. Rather than the other ones, but I don't know. I can't think of anything that would be really indicative of her birthday that I have seen specifically. We can try, I'll look at the Dovecote letters. Okay, Dovecote doesn't have anything. I was hoping one of the letters she sent to her mom would mention her birthday. We can try those dates. It's not right. Try the dates on the letter. Yeah, probably not relevant. Anyway. Again, kind of a disappointing day. Yeah, I think we'll wrap up here. Give me time to go to the bathroom, whatever, before I start playing other games. Yeah. Not the most successful day. We got another Sanctum Key, which is big, but we still need a lot more information before we really start celebrating that. I really don't know where I'm gonna get more sigils. That's the big question, pretty much. We're gonna 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We're gonna go to the nursery. We're gonna look at the blueprints book at the very least. The red prints, sorry, the red prints. Probably no reason to go into the chapel. We've gone. I'm just so dumb. Because again, the only throne that I've ever seen is the throne in the red prints. I don't have a magnifying glass, so I can't look at it closely, and I'm assuming that just clicking everywhere isn't going to work because it just turns the page, but being on his throne. But the Red Prince isn't a king. That does make it a little harder. Canary and Crow, Yellow and Black, Arch Aries, and Orindia. And the white of a swan in the snow. I don't know what's white. Okay. Call it a day. We're done. Thank you for watching. I will keep playing this game. There's part of me that doesn't want to keep streaming it just because it is long and takes a lot of time and doesn't garner that many viewers at this point. But I'll probably keep streaming it for the time being. It's just a matter of finding time that I can stream. And also reading aloud so much does hurt my voice. So we'll figure it out. Yeah. I won't, for the time being, I'm not going to play it without streaming, but we'll see how long that persists. I'll be streaming Wind Waker on Monday, hopefully finishing that game. We'll be starting moving the next day, and then I don't know how much time I'm going to have. I don't know whether we'll be having internet or not. I'm hoping to be able to stream Thursday still, start Breath of the Wild, or just play 8 hours of Donkey Kong Bonanza. And then Friday, whichever one I don't play, Bonanza or Breath of the Wild will be what I play then. Again, assuming that we have internet. So I'll make a post if I lose internet before I have the chance to stream again. I'll keep apprised of the schedule via YouTube that way. But for the time being, that's the rough schedule. It's going to be Wind Waker, and then Donkey Kong Bonanza, and Tears of the Kingdom. I think I said Breath of the Wild. Tears of the Kingdom is what we're starting. So, again, thank you all for watching. I still love this game, even if I'm getting a little stress burnt out of it, of just not having answers to the things that I want. It's still really cool, and I'm running into the wall of RNG of you need to just keep doing days until you get what you need. So, anyway, again, thank you all. Hope you all have a good weekend, and I will talk to you Monday. Bye!